Oh, it's Monday. It's Monday. It's Monday once again. We need some coffee here. Stat. I wish it was carbonated. And cold. Oh. It's Monday. Yeah. Good morning, ho-ho. I noticed that your name has hexagons in it. Oh. I slept with the window open. It was a little too cold. Oh, oh shit. Oh. All right. You also say oh a lot without referring to me, which makes me double take. Okay. Well, you should have thought of that before you named your YouTube account after a bunch of laughing noises. Alright, where's my... Maybe it's your fault a little bit. um... I think we're still working on the... Write to tile data buffer needs to be made sure it's right. I did finish this last. I think this could be made a little different. Because we are dequeuing here. Tile data to right. That looks like this. It's got a preview bool. Update depth map. I don't know why it has that. Because I think... I more or less think the... Hold on. Way too loud. I think the depth map should pretty much always be updated. So I feel like that's unnecessary. It's a... This is an optimization that is just kind of silly. Update depth map. No? Update. Hey, what the fuck is depth map then? I have a height map. Is that the one you're talking about? Depth map. Right depth map. Right depth map. Clear depth map. Right depth map, yeah. I think this is wrong, but it kind of works. Basically, what happens is that It's kind of weird. But what's supposed to happen is that the depth map is supposed to write itself in a way where it creates a texture that tells us which tile we can begin to render at. And it should be capable of, when I edit a tile, it should only update that tile in terms of rendering. Like, it should update 1 pixel. But I didn't see it in the code. Here, clear depth map here. Sets color to 255, meaning current max world depth is 255 tiles. And then we go in here. Is it just written up here in the beginning or something? Yeah, here. Here it says tile sheet, right depth. In the raycast loop. It writes the Z every time we go through the raycast loop. If the right depth is 255. But I think I was sure that it would. I was certain that it would let me only update individual tiles. But I can't see that in the code anywhere. It just looks like we are only clearing the entire thing. However, we can very easily do it here. Like, very, very easily. In the upload tile data. whenever we set a tile here, we can just set that in the depth. And that'll be it. Is here we have a flattened chord. But that's not what I need. I need the... Let's see. Depth rend text. Depth rend text is set to... It's meant to be set to main world.map size. So it's meant to cover the entire world, except in Y it's Y plus Z minus 1. Because what we're doing is we're taking the world map like this, basically. Like, this is the world map, right? But in reality, it's a cube. So because it's a cube, we end up with the same thing here. But we are taking it from this perspective. Because as I iterate down through the tiles, it's actually going like sideways like this through the world. So we take this and we flatten this. That way we remove this axis. So we have a texture that looks like that. Which might limit us to a world size of like 2000 something. I'm not sure if a texture has dimension limits of 4096 or whatever in any direction, or how that works. Let's see. I think texture size limit depends on the GPU. Yeah, you're probably right. I think so too. What am I looking at? I'm stupid. But yeah. It says for modern desktop GPUs the limits are very generous. Texture 3D 2048 times 2048 times 2048. But I'm actually using, this is actually a texture 2D, so it doesn't matter. And the max size for that is like 16,000 times 16,000, so that's not an issue. And we're not building any maps that are larger than 2048 times 2048 times 2048. I'm not even using the texture 3D solution anymore for internal storage. Constant buffer, thread groups. Registers / interpolators. I don't understand. What is that? I think that has to do with... Oh, that, I don't think that's for compute. In fact, I kind of regret going compute. But compute is just so good. It's just so ridiculously useful. But the only reason I regret it is because I feel like it would just feel more logical by actually rendering in the rendering step using the like vertex and the pixel shaders and stuff. But the reason I'm not was because at the time I didn't really understand how I would do all of these things that I'm doing right now in terms of like memory. You know, like when we just have like the pixel shader and the vertex shader and the geometry shader and whatever, how do I upload data in the way I'm doing? It's because because it's just like an automatic call per object. So how do I how do I do that? How do I make an allocator in the vertex shader? I actually do not understand. And I still don't. While in the compute shader, I just create a kernel and I call it. And it's that simple. And in Monogame, they don't have compute shaders yet. Like, I looked at Monogame like 2 years ago, and I was like, oh, they don't have compute shaders yet. And I asked around, like, will you have compute shaders soon? And they were like, yeah, it's definitely on our bucket list. And it's not even close. It's not close. I think they're just now implementing DirectX 12 and Vulkan. And once that is done, they said, we will think about compute shaders. But there is a Monogame branch made by a guy that does have compute support. So I think just using that would be just fine. But it's one of those things, it feels a little wonky to use just like some random guy's branch. Like, what if there's a bug? What if he stops supporting it? What if he dies? It's a little scary. It's called like Captain Max, I think. But it might not be that hard to implement. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where it probably isn't easy. But I don't really, really understand the issue. Like, why you can't have compute shaders. Because, to me, it feels like it would be just as simple as just popping in a library. But apparently it's not. And I don't really understand why. I guess it has to do with, like, just setting it up with, like, bindings and shit or whatever. And adding, like, some functions. And oh, like, I genuinely don't understand. There's a lot of stuff I don't understand in this world. Let's see. I'm gonna figure out why. The real culprit, Mojo Shader. AutoGame's shader pipeline is built on top of Mojo Shader, an old library that translates HLSL into GLSL for OpenGL platforms. Mojo Shader automatically translates HLSL shader code into whatever format the target platform requires during the content build process. This works fine for basic vertex and pixel shaders, but Mojo Shader is essentially a relic. It caps you at shader model 3.0 on OpenGL, and compute shaders require shader model 5.0. Mojo Shader simply does not understand compute shaders at all. But why does it need to understand compute shaders? Like, that's part of the pixel and, like, vertex shader process. Compute shaders are completely separate from all of that. So why would it need to interact at all? It doesn't. Like, why would you... Is it because it's, like, tied to per program or something? Per application? When it comes to, like, GPU bindings and stuff? Because otherwise, I'm like, okay, But if you have a program and it's running on GLSL shaders, what is actually stopping you from running HLSL and compute? Also, it's gotta be like a per application thing. The fork includes a new shader compiler based on Shader Conductor for Desktop GL as a replacement for Mojo Shader, and adds Shader Model 4 and 5 support, not only for DirectX but also for Desktop GL. Yeah. Only supporting Shader Model 3 GLSL, that's kind of ass. Like, they gotta get on that shit. That's kind of ridiculous. That's like 10 years in the past. Shader Conductor itself is built on top of DirectX Shader Compiler and SPI-RV Cross, both actively maintained projects. The PR doesn't remove Mojo Shader and rather works side by side with it, laying the framework for multiple shader pipeline options via MGCB arguments. So it doesn't matter. You can have two. You can have two shader pipelines. The PR has been open since 2021 and is still pending. The Foundation is planning to merge the move to Shader Conductor in its next goals, but the addition of other shader stages will be considered after Desktop VK and Windows GDK, and the move to native AOT on consoles have shipped. Those are the priorities. In other words, the Monogame team acknowledges the PR is good and wants to merge it eventually, but they have a sequenced roadmap. Replacing the shader complete compiler is a risky, breaking change that touches essentially every platform, so it gets queued behind other large infrastructure work. Welcome back in GDK for Xbox, etc. They just slap in a library problem. Your intuition that it should be simple is understandable, but the issue is that Monogame's abstraction layer is load-bearing. It has to present a unified API to developers writing C# games. Yeah, but I mean, for me, has to work on Windows, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like I should be able to just slap it in the compute library myself, and it should just work. On the DirectX backend, it actually might work reasonably well. If you're only targeting Windows, you could potentially call into the underlying D3D device directly through Monogame's internals and dispatch compute work yourself. On the OpenGL desktop GL. But what is OpenGL? Like, I know, obviously I know what OpenGL is, but like, what targets require OpenGL still? Linux, Mac OS, Android, iOS. Oh my fucking god. Honestly, OpenGL should just die. Like, it's been dead for decades. Like, holy shit. That thing needs to go. But I don't I don't really like DirectX being like what takes over for OpenGL. I do think it should be Vulkan. And it pretty much is. But OpenGL needs to go. Like, that thing is... And it's weird, too, because, like, everything uses OpenGL. Like, everything. So why is it discontinued? Like, they just stopped doing, like... The Kronos Group. Oh, is it because they're developing Vulkan instead? But isn't Vulkan Kronos? Silicon Graphics. Since 2006, OpenGL has been managed by the non-profit technology consortium Kronos Group. That makes sense. Interesting. I really want to try working with Vulkan, but Vulkan isn't available with Monogame yet. And I don't want to start fucking with the Vulkan for this project. I mean, I do. I actually do want this game to run on Vulkan as well, but... I just haven't had the time to learn it. Does Vulkan have compute? Vulkan has a dedicated compute pipeline. I've heard that setting up Vulkan is apparently extremely complicated though, but that's also kind of why I would like to try it. So the Vulkan and DX2 milestones are supposed to hit soon. They were supposed to hit 5 months ago. But they still, it's available in preview. Yeah. I don't know. For me, I feel like the life without compute would be really hard. And I don't think I can actually support a 3.0 shader model at all. I'm not sure though. Anyway. Is that enough Monday procrastinating? Should we get something done? It is interesting though. So, how do we convert... How do I flatten? Yeah. See, I love AI for being able to bring up information like this, because otherwise, when it comes to these kind of like very context heavy questions, you basically have to talk to a person otherwise, because it's like you're not, unless you find a forum thread where someone is writing like exactly your question and someone is answering it, like figuring out like why compute isn't available really in monogame, or like why you can't just implement it yourself, is like that's like impossible to figure out with Google. You'd have to Google for like 3 hours. Assuming that none of those things were lies. You never know. But okay, so how do we do this? So here, let's say, I think it's just like x and y minus z. Is it that simple? Because if we are at x0, y0, and z1, no, it's y plus z. And that means that y0, z1 is here, but y1, z0 is also there. And that's correct. So what we'll do here is this is wrong. This should be compute pile data. And that's a flattened chord, so that's kind of incorrect. Now for depth map, that's a read-write texture 2D. So what kind of axis is a texture 2D? Is that just a 2D array? Like you just do xyz.x and xyz.y plus xyz.z equals 255. Because I think it's single channel. Write depth equals depth map.load raycast loop. if right depth equals 255, then we write the right depth. I think that should work. Now here, this I don't really understand what I'm doing. Right depth. I think this might be archaic. Because I think the idea was that we would run it, and then at the beginning, there would be a check to see, okay, are we running right depth map? And if so, we would dispatch again. But I don't see that in the shader code anywhere anymore. Because that's like a double call. We shouldn't need to render twice. That doesn't make any sense. And if there was anything like that, it should have been here in the beginning, and there would have been a return. But I'm not seeing it. I'm looking at the commented code. No. So I'm pretty sure that's obsolete. You know what? I feel like this for loop could be eliminated entirely. Nah, I mean, it wouldn't help. But, like, I do know how many iterations exist until the bottom of the world. Because here we're iterating through the Z downwards until we hit the final tile, which is the ground tile, and then we render that if we find it, if there is one. So that means that this could have... Right now it says loop, but actually it might not be doable, but... Because there is something you can type here called unroll. And what that does is it basically generates... Hello, Israel's top guy, how's it going? Hope you can settle on a good price. But the unroll... Basically for loops are retarded on the GPU, right? So the GPU can't just loop it. It has to like create the exact amount of copies of this for loop that it's expecting. And then it like lays it out as just like linear code, which is awful, because that also means that all the branches make the code extremely sprawling. At least that's kind of how I understand it. I don't know if that's like actually 100% accurate, but that's how I've understood it. But I don't know if the unroll can take basically an unknown amount of variables here. But it also doesn't really matter, because the issue at hand, really, with the for loop, is that... What if we type int test 9? And then we pop that in here. Will it accept that, or does it have to be a magic number? I don't know. It says that it's okay, but it might not if I, like, compile it, which it won't right now. But I'm just thinking maybe having it do that might make it run better. But at the end of the day, the real issue here is that when you're iterating an indexer in a loop, that's actually really bad. Unless it actually has some internal nonsense mumbo jumbo that it's doing. Because you have registers. You have something called registers. Let's see. No answer. Okay, good. I think it's about 255. The commonly cited number is 256 vector registers per thread on AMD hardware. And this is where the wave framing really matters. On AMD, a wave is 64 threads, and the register file is shared across the whole wave. A loop counter is just one register. Okay. Are you sure? What if the for loop iterator is declared outside of the for loop? Like, let's just do this. Still just one register. Okay. Well, that's good to know. So, loops are smart enough to not reuse, or loops are smart enough to release and renew the register. Because what happens is that if I have an integer here called poop and I write to it here, this uses up one register. And then if I go into this loop here and I write poop equals 2, that should eat up an additional register every single time I write to poop. It's the same register being reused. Are you sure? Well, this is a little conflicting with how I've understood it. But it's a no. There's nothing strange about not understanding this, because the only people who like barely understand it are the guys over at the graphics programming Discord, who have been doing this for like 20,000 hours. And even they like are wrong all the time. That's why they're always arguing, constantly. Oh my god, this... Okay, so if you do poop plus 2, then that creates data dependency on the previous iteration of poop. So that means that, because here, even if I do poop plus z, this now just sets it to 2 plus z. So it can completely erase poop and just reset it. But if we do that, it still says it's only 2 registers. The GPU driver compiler has to work fast, and the register allocation strategies are more conservative. Concern about variables declared outside of the loop is a register lifetime issue. The compiler determines a variable is live from its first declaration/assignment to its last use. If you declare a bunch of variables before the loop, the compiler may consider them live for the entire duration of the loop, even if they aren't used inside it, simply because they're needed again after. So something like float a loop, and then after the loop, you use result a plus b plus c. The variables are needed after the loop, so they're being kept alive throughout the loop. HLSL compilers can be conservative about treating an assignment as a new SSA, static single assignment value, rather than reusing the old register slot, especially across loop iterations or branches. This is why graphics programming is so cool. I was giving the idealized answer based on how an optimizing compiler should behave, but GPU shader compilers are more conservative than that in practice, and the advice you received reflects real-world GPU compiler behavior more accurately than what I told you. Specifically, I was wrong to be so confident about the poop equals 2 case. I said the compiler would likely optimize it away or reuse the register cleanly. It might, but it also might not, depending on the driver compiler. Variables declared outside of the loop. Didn't flag the lifetime issue. The writes create new registers behavior. I didn't mention this at all until you pushed back. Where I wasn't wrong is the fundamental concept. A loop counter is still one register and you're not allocating 100 registers for one iteration. It's about how long registers stay alive and how conservatively the compiler manages reuse, not about iteration count. And yeah, so that's the fun thing about GPU programming, that you don't know if something is good or runs well until you try it and test it and what is the word? I can't think of the word right now, but you know, you measure it. And then you can kind of figure out, like, is the registers being kept alive throughout here? Is it stacking if registers, etc., etc. But oh my god. Either way, what do we need to do now? Now we're getting into the worst part, I think, which is cleanup, more or less, because now I need to fix all the small issues. And here, open level, I don't really think I want this to happen. It should be like this. Opening a level should not recreate the world, it should just reuse the world. But we can say if main world equals null, then we can say main world dot new level equals new world controller this. world index is 0. And then that handles itself, and then after that we open level. I don't think this would happen, but it can happen. In case, for example, I mean, actually, typically, this would be how it works. Like, we wouldn't necessarily create a new level. We would just immediately open a level, because whatever scene that we're gonna show is just gonna be a level that's gonna need to be loaded from disk. But I could also just do this. I mean, it's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. I'm getting caught up on stupid things. Anyway, I'll be right back. Ooh. Oh. Alright, let's just scroll to some errors. Create main world. Main world. It takes a main controller. And it takes a world index. Why did I decide to do it this way? Probably because I'm a little retarded. What is this? This doesn't make any sense. This needs to... at least be like this. Because the idea here, I think, is that we want to... here we create like all of the data for the world. And then here we need to set that the world needs to be initialized in the shader too. I'm not really sure what I think about this, but we'll see. That's how it should be. Bro, what? There's no reason for those to be bytes. Reallocate object buffer data. Here I'm storing the light size as an integer, but that should just be a float. And this is open level. In open level, we should say main controller dot world index equals true. And here we're setting tile matrices, we're setting all kinds of bullshit. Set structure bounds. No issues there. Flat buffers. And here, we're setting textures. Sending the textures to the GPU. Height map. Init level stencil. It sets it as a... you know what? I think... We're loading the tile state here. Just wondering, does this even make sense? Why am I doing that? Am I stupid? I know I ask that a lot. But, because look, in this scenario, the level stencil is just the tile's tile type and a building ID and then a bunch of empty variables. And then in here, we're just loading the tile state from the level stencil. What's the point of that? As opposed to just having this be in the tile data. Because the tile data can just have more data in it. There are some things here that I'm a little bit unsure about. Because if we go here and we say tile data, we're reading from tile data to right in this queue. References are completely broken. Right buffer section, right? So we're writing bake compute tile. That's baking the current state. So if the tile contains the current state, this contains tile type. No, there's just no reason to do this. This is so dumb. This shouldn't exist. This is so stupid. Now the height map, this is a different beast. That exists for a completely different reason. The detail texture, this should also not exist. It should just be compute tile data. This should just contain all of it. There's no reason to do otherwise. It's like the level stencil, it sets building IDs and tile type. We are already setting building IDs, so we just need to add everything here. I'm not saving any data, I'm not doing anything. It should just be like that. The detail is basically another layer so that you can put things on walls and stuff like that. Yeah, this is like an ancient holdover from the past, where I was trying to avoid writing all of the data everywhere, but it just doesn't change anything. Because if I have, before I was using a texture solution for the tiles, and now we're not. But I'm still using texture solutions for the details and for the quote-unquote level stencil. And the reason I have multiple solutions there is because the texture solution only allows for what? Like 128 bits per entry. So I had to have multiple textures, but we don't need to do that anymore. And on top of that, with the new solution, I don't even need to... Like, I can update individual data bits without having to write everything. I don't think... It doesn't even matter, because writing one tile data is, like, pathetic. But we could write raw bytes to update the detail data, for example. No more of that. This will complicate. No, this will do the opposite. It will make everything so much easier. Level stencil, go away. Tile collection 3D. Tile text array. This is a bug. This actually needs to exist in here. This is very basic solution. This is just where I drop in the only tile sheet that I have, and then we reference that. That's what that is. And then it gets baked into this tile collection 3D texture, so that we can reference it from the shader. Get rid of all this crap. Okay, that's it. What about detail? Okay. But then we are... We're writing compute tile data here. Somewhere. And then here we need another LOTF dot bake compute tile. Yeah, we can use that. So then it's... XY tile sheet current state. Also, why don't I just do this? Isn't that a whole lot easier? And better, I think. Again. Exclusive range. No, I don't want this in here. It complicates it so much. the way I think this should be rewritten is because right now it's like start position, area. And then it just writes all of that. But I don't think it should work like that. I think this should be start position, count. And it should just write from the start position to the right. Only. Ever. And then it should have a queue of tiles. A queue of integers baked int list equals null. That way, in this one same function, we can send in a queue of baked ints that will then overtake the tile matrix. So here we have a bunch of like start position, area plus start position, blah, blah, blah. Now this does make sense. If start position dot x is less than 0, let's just say and start position dot x plus count is greater than or equal to 0. Then we're gonna say start position dot x equals 0. We're gonna say count minus count plus equals start position dot x. Because we've already established that x is less than 0. So if we add start position to it, like if it's -2, then we'll add -2 to count. And then we set start position to 0. We'll do this. If that, then we set that, else return. And everything else here should be deleted. That's it. What we're also gonna say is if start position dot y is less than 0, or start position dot z is less than 0, or start position dot y is greater than or equal to world size. map size.x or .y, then we return. We'll also say if start position.x is greater than or equal to map size.x. That's also grounds for early return. And then no fucking exclusive range. Fuck that. And then we only need a singular loop. This is start position Y, this is start position Z. And then this is start position.x plus x. And this should be, well, x is less than, well, this should just be int I, which should start at 0, while I is less than count, I plus plus, I, compute tile data temp array. It should be the size of count. And then we're gonna say temp array I. We don't need a count. And then this is going to be set to main controller dot tiles to write to tile data buffer. Tile data to write queue. Dot add dot on queue tile data to write. And so the temp array here, this should actually be a queue of compute tile data. And so this should be set on queue. This. And tile data to right. Looks like this. Actually has a list. Is it... Update depth map shouldn't be a thing here. Don't know why that's a thing. The one thing I'm worried about here is like rapid firing and deleting lists. Let's think. Okay, it looks like this is definitely a use case for an array instead. And I think this should be tile data to write. No, this should be tile data. Compute tile data. It doesn't actually matter that much. It doesn't actually matter that much. But basically, we then have the tile data to write queue, where we want to onqueue tile data to write, right? So here we are creating a queue. But we already know the write count. So this we can just say that this is an array that is the size of count, right? And then we can just say I equals and then what do you mean main controller cannot be found? Right there. What is this? What is this shit? Okay, it was just one of those you haven't finished the line errors. And if we do it this way, then we always end up with this. I could have a count here. We could. And then the difference here is If we're always updating depth map. If baked int list equals null, then we do this. Else then we do this. But all we need to do here then really is say tile data to write on queue. I don't know. No. Let's just do this. It's the same. It ends up being the same solution anyway. Because the only difference here is that I have to create these arrays to write anyway. So either I create them here or I create them later. So there's no optimization to be had here. So all we can really do here is something like oh my god, stop. I'm trying to tab. I guess if we just do this, it's easier. If and then here, instead of tile, it's gonna say baked int list hi. DQ currently. And then building ID should be 0. No, it should be 255. Baked tile rooms 255. Roof ID 255. Tile current state. I actually don't know what that should be. 0. There it is. There it is. There's the next issue. Could make it be like a tuple, I guess. The problem is that we're writing to the tiles here, right? But it's just an integer. So now that I've added the detail layer to this same section, that means that for drawing like a preview, we have to be able to preview the detail as well. So the baked int list, I think the easiest way to solve this is to just make it be a tuple, and they should honestly be uints, right? Because that way we can say int. And then this is file data dot item 1, and this is file data dot item 2. But what we should do here is we should say if this equals 0, then we should use this solution, else tile data dot item 1. Same thing here. If this is 0, then we're gonna use this solution. That way we can write, we can just preview details, and we can just preview normal things without overwriting either. And then it just sets everything to be like visible normally, the way it should be. Like if there was no building there or anything, but we'll see what we do with that. I'm not sure. Oh, damn, 2.5 hours already? Well, I guess that's what happens when you spend the start of the stream just yapping. That helps. Oh, Can I beat yesterday? No. I don't have time. We have our Monday meeting and I need to read through some things beforehand. So it's not possible. Not possible. Ooh. Hello, chair. How are you doing? It's Monday. I'm alright. But it is Monday. The gym was solid and I'm tired. Sounds good. Sounds good. Alright, so Temporary. What we need to do here then is we need to say main controller dot tile data to write queue dot on queue new tile data to write, which then takes start position and temp array. And that's it. And we just do that. This is not used for anything. All right, so I need to remove this. And then this needs to take a bool preview that then sets preview there. And count doesn't exist. This is what it needs to look like. What part of the arcane engine are we crafting today? It's a little bit of everywhere, because right now I'm... Let's do it. Let's see. Baked int q equals null, then preview, then false, else true. Basically, I'm just hunting all of the random errors and fixing stuff. This is basically an engine refactor. It's a little bit more than I had wanted, but and what refactor means for someone who might not be a programmer is just rework, more or less. Going back and reworking things that are piling up in a way that is becoming a bit outdated and needs to be changed. Restructuring the foundations a bit. Because a lot of the stuff that I'm doing is kind of old at this point. So I have to do some rewiring, and unfortunately the rewiring meant pulling out like the arcane core and and every single wire attached to it. So now I'm just trying to figure out which wires are needed and where they go, basically. And making some new wires. Yeah. But it's a little hard. This should be deleted entirely. That solves that error. No, the wires are made of arcane building blocks. No copper. Now I just need to go through everything and find update static light buffer. This doesn't exist anymore. Compute static light data list. That doesn't exist. Update shadow area buffer. This exists. Update static shadow buffer. This doesn't exist. Compute shadow array. Compute shadow source count. This doesn't exist. Update shadow area buffer. I think this is as simple as just changing this to count and it'll just work. Now, the issue here is that yeah, no, this is... This does exist, but we're doing it in here. I think. Update static shadow area buffer. Yeah, I'm already doing it. So everything here that says update shadow area buffer, light area buffer, compute static light area data list, all of this can be just disabled. Set building buffer, update static light buffer, static light area buffer. I don't know why I would need to set that there. So then here we have a C shader area size, world area size. I think that's acceptable. I think I'm being overly anal when it comes to like, oh, we're gonna do this in this segment, and then we're gonna do everything that has to do with setting anything in the shader later. Here, for example, here we have created a new height map texture. And here we are creating a new, or we're applying the pixel size. Like I created a new texture here for the height map. So that needs to be set for the main controller. Now, yeah, whatever. Whatever. I'm being a dumb again. So. Basically. The height map determines where on the, like where in the world we start when we try to render. It's a way of optimizing out empty space, because otherwise the way the renderer works is it starts at the top of the world, then it steps through each cube, because the world is built out of cubes or voxels. It steps through each voxel until it finds something. But the reality is that the world is static, right? It doesn't change. So that means that we can just write like where we found something last, and then just update that. And then if the world changes, we can tell we can set that like pixel on this texture to be false, so to speak, and then it'll just start at the top of the screen and look and search again, and then it'll pick whatever it found. So it'll just run like slightly worse for 1 millisecond, and then it will have updated this, and then it'll be fine. And I'm creating this texture here in World Controller. That's actually a problem. Should this be a buffer? It should maybe be a buffer. So, see, the issue here is that before I was representing the tiles as textures. So it was like a 3-dimensional texture that matched the world, and then I just set the colors in each pixel in a way that just represented data. And then I could just read that and then extract like which tile is this, well, like what should we draw here, etc. And that works, but it can only contain so much information. So I've moved over to a buffer, which is more like just a sequence of data entries. But it's, instead of being structured like a 3-dimensional thing, it's structured in 1 dimension. So it's like if you take a cube and then you cut it into tiny strips, like horizontal strips that make up the entire cube, and then you put them in order. Then you can still access the cube by using like a little mathematical like coordinate conversion. But because originally I used a texture for the tiles, that meant we had limited information that we could pass into the GPU with the texture. So I had to have multiple textures. Right? So I had like 4 textures. And I changed the tiles to use a buffer instead, but the other things are kind of still on textures. And it doesn't really make that big of a difference. The issue is that for the buffer, I can kind of create a system where this segment in the buffer is for world 0, and once you reach the end of that, that's where world 1 begins, and you can read the data for world 1, or scene 1 or scene 0, and then same thing for like scene 2 afterwards. And scene 1 is the main world, scene 0 is the main world, scene 1 is the combat, scene 2 is the level editors, like prefab editor, that I'm not even sure we'll need. And it's also for future proofing. Like, what if we want to show something else? Like, what if you want to have like a minimap or something that should look in a certain way or whatever. And the textures you can't do that with, you know, like they're just set. And then the issue becomes that I basically have to create a separate unique texture for each world that we're using, which is fine, but I think it would be just easier if it was just a buffer, because then I could just automate the whole thing for like as many worlds as possible, whatever. It would just work going forward no matter what we do, no matter what we add with minimum work. So I think the height map, the whatever other texture that remains, which I think is only the height map, should be changed to a buffer. And it's honestly really easy, so it doesn't really matter. That way we don't have to do any of this here. At all. Like here we init height map. And then it sets a bunch of things. So instead, init height map should just be an array. What are we writing? Wait, what is the height map? This is building height. The height map is the size of the world. Building Z, building height. Oh, no, no. This should be completely removed. This is bad, too. See here, we have building IDs. Tile state, room IDs, roof IDs. This is just fetching building ID. Okay. Basically, the issue here is that I was writing the height of every building into every tile when they already have a building ID. So the only thing we should have there then is here we have a building transparency buffer manager, compute building data buffer manager. What the fuck am I doing with that? Compute building data. Floor Z, room height, building Z, building height. Let's check here. Am I trolling myself? Ah, I see. I am trolling myself. So here, every time it says height map, this should actually be so raycast loop. Here we fetch tile data. Tile sheet, tile status. Sorry, wrong chat box just now, bro. Well, that means I didn't get the message, but thank you. And welcome. So I guess you need to apologize to someone else who got that message. I don't know. Yeah, this issue. Yeah. The raycast loop. Right depth. This should have a struct. Struct raycast data. Oh, it does need a... So this is what we need to do here. It's the way I'm handling this, right? Is that I have global variables. Tile X, tile Y, tile sheet, tile status, contains detail, tile sheet, render state, slice selector, blah, 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 blah. Right? There are so many things here that are wrong. But, this is ancient. But basically, it should be something along the lines of uint tile X, uint tile Y, uint tile sheet, uint tile status. And this one here contains detail. Why is it a float? That doesn't even feel like it's correct. That should be like a boolean. But it shouldn't even be... This should just say like detail tile. We should just always do this, no matter what. And then it says uint tile sheet. Tile sheet and 127. What does that even mean? Look, what am I doing here? I'm setting tile sheet. And then I'm setting tile sheet to tile sheet bitwise and 127. You're having fun? I don't think that's what I'm doing. 127. So we're... Oh, it's because I'm extracting contains detail out of tile sheet. I see. But that should honestly be irrelevant. Render state. Render state is another uint. Why is it a float? I know why. It's so stupid. This is an ancient holdover. It should be a uint. It's just that this is a remainder from when I was using a texture. So we were converting a color float into this. And I was just keeping it as a float for whatever reason, but it shouldn't be like that. Somehow it still worked. Dude, this thing is such a mess. Slice selector. What even is slice selector? Why am I using so many floats? Slice selector. Yeah, that is the Chrono Trigger OST indeed. This is my playlist, Neat Old Games Doot Doot 2, that I am playing in Winamp. Oh, actually, it's bugged. No, it's not. There it is. I understand what this is, but why is it a float 4? It's because it's a texture coordinate plus width. I guess. I'm not 100% convinced. But yeah, it should be like this. So this should return raycast data. So here we should say raycast data. And then all of this should be like this. The contains detail is frankly irrelevant. It shouldn't even be there. Which means we could fit in like the detailed tile sheet there. Potentially instead, I don't know. Anyway. And then here, I'm not really sure what we're doing. I think this is just updating the depth map, and we shouldn't need to write anything here. Oh yeah, this is how it works. Here, when we render, shadow depth map. I don't know. But yeah. And this should return raycast data. So then here at the end we should say return raycast data. I think this should maybe take something, but I'm not sure. Because like we have floored tile position, which is a global. The global float, which I don't know if I like. Why does convert 3D to 1D index take float tile positions? Why am I operating with fucking floats, dude? It's just for some mathematics, but it's so bad. Positions should not be in floats. This should take a u×3 position. And that's what this should be. And here we need to say write directly to buffer, question mark. And then here we're gonna say ray cast data, ray RC data. And this is gonna take Lord, tile position, and Z. Then we get a tile state here. This tile state is currently a float 4, which tilestate.b, tilestate.r. Oh my god, what am I doing? So now we just have RC data dot tile status that we can use instead. Let's see, that was level stencil. So if we go in here and we say level stencil, It's actually tile type. And that's it. We're only sending in a tile type. We don't have that. Current state. That's something else. It can definitely be baked into something, like current state. The state is... What even are the states? Okay, the state... I think the state is just if it's hidden or visible, more or less. And then it has... the slice through bitwise baked into it. So the tile type... It's currently about 3 to 4 bits. It would be easy to bake in somewhere, but I think for now, maybe. But here's the question. How large is this thing becoming? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 7 units right now. That's a lot. That's actually maybe too big even. That's 2.8 gigs. It can be packed though. But I don't want to do that until like at the end. This packing is annoying as fuck. But you can pack it. And what I mean with pack it is like if you assume that all of these gray squares are like one entry, then let's say you have data here. This is the ground. And then here you have a building. And then you have all of this empty space up here. Let's say for whatever reason you have like an object up here. It's not the sun, it's just some bullshit. What you can do is you can write an array that tells us where there's data. So it can be like, yeah, from 0 to here, there's X amounts of data. And then it tells us where the next one is. And it tells us, you know, here there's data. I wonder if it might be good to do the opposite, where it's like, here there's empty data. Because that way we can check for skipping instead of, I don't know what would be better. But that way you can just pack all of this information into a buffer that is much smaller because you're skipping all of the empty air. And as you can tell, empty air is like the majority of the map, right? So you can reduce it to like a fourth or less, usually. Maybe even less than that. So 2,800 megabytes is actually probably more like 300 or something when packed correctly. So the question is this an issue to worry about then? You know, because it's only bad when unpacked. So maybe we don't need to worry. For my GPU, I have... Actually, how large is a... 4060? It's just 8 gigabytes, right? Actually, I don't know. Are there 16 gigabyte 4060s? What do I have? I don't know. I got an 8 GB card. Yeah. I think we're gonna go with the shitty solution here for now. And we just write the tile type in here. Because I will pack the data. And also, I feel like it kind of sucks to have to do that, but right now I am packing like each tile here in the world contains an X and a Y, a tile sheet, and then it contains an X2 and a Y2 and a tile sheet 2. And a tile type, right? And all of these things are packed into integers. So the X and the Y, the tile sheet, this is packed into one integer alongside, I don't know what else, right? But this should just be one integer that should say tile index. And then the tile index should be set up somewhere else. Like in here in the renderer, there should be a long list of tile index values here, and we should just go and fetch, okay, what is tile index 0? And then that should just have a pointer towards a point somewhere in or rather it should be a struct. It should be a struct, like struct tile date, like tile. And this tile data should contain like a uint2, but just a uint x, uint y, uint tile sheet, uint tile type. And then we should make a list, like in C#, we should write a list of tiles that just contains all of this information. Because this information is going to grow a bit. Because this is just X and Y right now. But it's actually going to be like an X and a Y for the front, X and a Y for the top. And I might also have like some kind of depth map or something for shadow casting from the sides. We'll see about that. I haven't decided really how to handle that yet. The shadow casting is a problem, but we'll see. And then we should have a buffer that contains all of these as indices, and then the compute tile data should just have an index. And it should just point towards that. And then we just read that from the buffer. Instead of baking all of this fucking data in here. Because that way we can remove the tile data, the tile state, the detail data. And we can bake both the tile index and the detail index into one integer easily. If not more, I could probably have like 4 layers of details if I really want to with that. And then that'll cut down a lot of this. Not a huge lot, but because we still have IDs, room IDs, building IDs, which I think I have to really have here, so that handles transparency and stuff. Hello, Hypocritical Monarch. Right now, I'm mostly just... Didn't I... Oh. Tile type. I'm basically rewriting what's under the hood here. I'm working on a tile-based or a turn-based tactics RPG called Legends of Terrestria. But right now I'm working on rendering and I'm ripping out some old code and restructuring a little bit of stuff, so right now it's a little bit of a mess. We're working in Unity right now, but it's basically my own engine written in Unity. Because the game is... It's tile-based. Well, it's actually... It's a voxel engine, but it's rendering in orthographic view with 2D tiles. So it's pixel perfect pixel art with a 3D voxel engine that allows me to ray march shadows and light, and it also allows me to like move into buildings and just dynamically create transparent walls and stuff like that. But it's mostly for the light and shadow casting. And also just for the level editor too, but I don't know. That's where we are. So compute tile data. This is just dot tile type. Look, we have... Detail data, roof IDs, room IDs, tile data, tile state, tile type. I thought Unity already has shadings. It does. Because Unity doesn't really support what I'm doing. Unity might have a tile system, but it's dog shit. So I had to write my own tile renderer either way. So I wrote the tile renderer, and then I decided to add dynamic light casting to it, which Unity also doesn't support, because it only does that for like whatever 3D you're doing, or if you're using Unity objects and stuff. So like Unity's, I don't like Unity's functions. I like Unity as a platform, but like every single Unity feature is kind of ass. And on top of that, I'm planning on moving away from Unity to monogame, but I'm just trying to finish the prototype. Or like the demo, more or less, in Unity before I start even figuring out, thinking about moving. And also I'm waiting for monogame to support compute shaders. But when you're making something that's like tile-based, you kind of have to write your own engine to some point. Because there are no good engines that do tiles. Like, you basically have to either use Unity's built-in dog-shit tile engine, or you use like something like tiled to build worlds, which is, if you've ever worked with tiled imports in Unity, it's also kind of ass. But it works, but it's not very enjoyable. And yeah, there are just no other engines that have like a decent tile system that is also a good engine that's worth working in. But having dynamic light casting is nice. Same with shadows. How about Godot? Godot isn't very good. I don't like Godot at all. I prefer monogame because it's more open and free. Like, it's just a framework, and you can just work in it. For me, Godot is just worse, because then you have to work within like Godot's way of doing things. And honestly, I kind of hate how the Godot way is. I don't really think Godot is easier or anything than Unity. I think people just kind of hype themselves up over it being easy when it's not actually any easier than Unity. It's kind of the same thing. On top of that, they have their own little language, which is, in my opinion, just a step down. I would rather work in C#, which they have C# support, but it's like, oh yeah, we have C# support, which kind of like is like a side thing, whereas Unity is just built around C#. I don't like Godot at all. What was I doing? And monogame, the only issue with monogame is that it's still a bit behind in terms of shader tools. Like, it doesn't have compute shaders. It translates shaders to like an ancient OpenGL version. It doesn't have DirectX 12 and Vulkan support, but they were supposed to release that like 6 months ago, so it should be ready anytime. And we'll see. There was something I needed to do here. But it was, I did the tile type. Oh, whatever. I'm not gonna finish working on the shader bit here. I just kind of got caught up in it. What's the inspiration for making this game? Is there a story for it or something? Yeah, well, I'm working. It's not necessarily my game. I'm working with a guy called Kibbs. He runs the Bickering Bunch channel on YouTube. And this is basically a game for a setting that he's been working on since he was a kid. And we're working on it. We're working on it together now. He's obviously the lead when it comes to the writing and world building and everything, but we're doing some co-writing there too. We're also working on a YouTube video series for it. We already put out a Patreon-only version of our first story video. And we're working on a full series. So yeah, it's a very story. It's gonna be a very story-focused game. It's a turn-based tactical RPG with a very heavy story-driven focus, as opposed to like having a bunch of exploration and stuff. It'll be more focused on just story, and battles and stuff like that. Tile dot tile type. What about this? Don't I need a tile type here too? It's like, if we go back to the tile, outside ground, inside floor, I feel like it needs to have the right thing here for the preview. I don't know. But thank you, Mr. Monarch. I hope it goes well too. Well, we can set this to like 1 for now. I'm not sure. In fact, all of this might be changed. Because right now, I'm writing a baked integer here. But why don't I just create the entire compute tile data when we're in the editor? That way I can control what type it should be and all the buildings and stuff from the editor side. Let's see. In the editor, make the baked tile be the compute tile data from the get-go and just send that into the right buffer section. I think that's smarter. I'll leave those. Update static light buffer. Update static light buffer. Static light source list. This isn't how this works anymore. Let's remove those. Dynamic light area count list. I think that one is actually real. Potentially. Is it though? Why not ask an AI assistant or something? Or you can't just ask them anything. Compute world index container. What is the idea of this? Yeah, it's a bunch of counts. It's how many objects. Yeah. Compute shadow area data. No, Gibbs. I don't know what needs to be here. I understand what this is. This is supposed to be... This is a buffer that contains the amount in each buffer for each world. So for index 0, which is then world 0, it'll contain a value for how many objects exist in that world. So if I'm trying to access an object in world 1 or world 2, or scene 1 or scene 2, then I know that we can just like count up how many are in the previous ones, and then that's where we start in the buffer when we start reading. But what about this static light area data list? That is a little trickier, because here we have a light area count list, and this is not quite correct. Update world index buffer. Because the issue here is that this should be like a getter instead. Because this here, dynamic, this isn't used anywhere, right? So we should just get rid of that. And instead, we have a... We have a jagged array somewhere. Here, static light source matrix. Dynamic light source matrix. These are hash sets. And we should have a getter for them. So, public int, or uint apparently, static light source matrix total count. Get uint total equals 0. And then we need to say for each hash set int in matrix. Wait, why did changing that fuck it up? Oh no, right. There. I'm stupid. Then we're gonna say... total plus equals item dot count. Let's just set this to an int. And then we return as a uint total. Right. And then we do that same thing for all 4. So this is now dynamic light source matrix. Well, we should write this here. Public uint count matrix total hash set int matrix. And then it does that thing in there. And then this should be the matrix. And then we return uint total. And then here we just say return matrix total dynamic light source matrix. That way we can put it in one line here without it being too clunky, eating up infinity space. Maybe even like this. Static shadow dynamic shadow. Like that. And then here we say this should have static shadow area data and dynamic shadow area data. Actually, we have a shortcut for this, don't we? Huh. Control Alt O. No hexagons today? No. We're working on the real project. Control Alt O. Oh, I was doing and okay. That explains it. Oh. Oh, no, never mind. Fucked. Am I stupid? It's not ideal. Not ideal, but whatever. Close enough. This is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Size of 8. And then this is static light matrix total count. This is dynamic light matrix total count. This is static shadow total count. And this is dynamic shadow total count. Ooh, holy moly. I thought I added the tile text array back. Did I forget to do that? Yeah, it's right there. Ambiguity. Oh. You have two? Oh, okay. It was never removed. It was just it shouldn't be here too. What the fuck am I there? Object data buffer count. That also can also go. This is now being stored. Compute object area. All of these can go, I think. Building data, building buffer. I don't know. But the object data can definitely be cut. Reset tile buffer. But this doesn't work that way anymore. Reset tile buffer. Reset tile buffer. Question mark. Initialize tile buffer, question mark. Tile data to right, peak. This is now a bit different. This is now length. Update main controller. tile data to write, or write to tile data buffer. In case it needs some values changed due to data increase in tile. Yeah, because the data... Yeah, see, you have this add range. This will have to be updated to include the other values that I've added. And then int written will have to be updated. But I think we're gonna stop there. I need to pee, and also I need to do some other things. And we have a meeting very soon, so that'll be that for now. Yeah. Until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye bye.